Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show. But first, let me greet my wonderful viewers in the chat and congratulate Jari for snatching the first viewer's title for the third time. Thank you for your support. I hope you are having a great day. Now, I am aware that I am a bit late with a few minutes, but I do have an excuse. You see, during the last two streams of mine, I was having some internet troubles due to my router overheating. Now, my router is rather simplistic in many ways, and it uses passive cooling. That means that there is a heatsink atop the chip or whatever part that is generating the heat, and the heatsink's purpose is to dissipate the heat through its fins into the air, and that works well for most applications. However, I don't think this router was designed to be used so heavily, for example, for live streaming video, in the conditions that it is in, meaning 30 plus degrees Celsius air temperature. And so it overheats, which is not good. Now, I tried multiple ideas. One of them was putting some ice on it, but the ice melted. Yes, I should have seen that coming. But it was kind of a last-ditch effort to save the stream. But today I decided to take some precautions. Because you see, passive cooling works in many cases. You can find heat sinks on many old computer parts and even modern, smaller, simpler PVCs. But when there's too much heat, or one heatsink just cannot dissipate and exchange the heat quickly enough into the surrounding air, you need active cooling. And the simplest way to do that is to add a fan. The idea being that even though the heatsink is pretty much the same, the air around it is constantly exchanged. So it gets new, fresh, cooler air. Now here comes the trouble. The router has its components inside a plastic shell, without one single freaking screw. I do not know how they put it together, but I certainly won't be the one who takes it apart. But it has some nice little vent holes on its bottom and top. So I somehow have to blow some nice cool air through those holes. Now, as you might know, warmer air tends to travel up, which means that I should put the fan underneath the router and not atop, even though if the airflow is quick enough, it doesn't really matter. But if I try to blow the air downwards, then what the heck will be underneath the router? Well, the table, so that's no good. Except if I want to make it float, which would be pretty interesting now that I think about it, but back to the topic. So I found a little hand fan, electric hand fan in my shop, and decided to put it under my router. That's the little noise you might be hearing in the background. Now it works wonderfully. I figured everything out except for one tiny detail. The fact that the router is kind of just balancing on top of the fan. Because I really don't have any way to secure it. You know, I was thinking about duct taping it together, but that might trap the air. That's no good. And the tape is a great insulator, so it would make the router hotter. So if you hear big bang and then my stream goes offline, that means my router decided to jump off my table. In that case, I do apologize in advance. But until that happens, I am back. No, I said during my last stream that I am looking for simpler games. Still somewhat in the horror genre with horror themes, but something a bit more casual without a story that requires attention through many streams. Now last time I tried out the Exit 8, which was lovely, and I managed to finish it in one stream, so I needed something else. And to find something else, I decided to look at my backlog, which is terrifyingly long. You can actually find it on my Discord server, where you can also recommend games that you would like me to play on stream. So don't forget to redeem the Discord invite redeem here on Twitch if you'd like to join the server. Now on this lovely list, I found a game that I played a rather long time ago, more than 1.5 years ago. I played the game called Skyhill. Now that was before I even started archiving my streams. So there's a good chance that really no one here even remembers me playing that game. So let me give you a bit of a background to it. Skyhill is a small little indie game, a roguelike game as they call them, I think. It takes place in a towering hotel with 100 floors. And the story is really simple. We check into the penthouse of this hotel on the top floor, on the 100th floor. And things happen. Zombies and mutants take over the world, or at least the world that we see. And we are stuck on the top floor. So our goal is to make our way down to the first floor and leave the hotel. Really simple. Not quite, because it's all randomized. So what enemies you will run into, what items you will find, what weapons you will be able to craft, it's all up to luck, mostly. Now I played this. What was that? Windows trying to scare me like that. Stop doing that, Windows. I am not upgrading to Windows 11. You cannot make me. So, originally when I played this game, it was because I ran out of my PlayStation Plus subscription. And while I was waiting on a discount, because every year PlayStation Plus costs more and more, and I'm not paying full price, especially now, Sony, I was looking for indie games that I could buy on a discount, and this game, Skyhill, was one of the ones I found, and I spent multiple streams with it. I don't even know how many hours I sank into the game, and I managed to unlock many of its trophies. But there was one in particular that I could not earn, and that is finishing the game on hard difficulty. So let's jump into the game screen, and let me explain to you why that is. So here we are. Let me come a bit closer. So here we are. Here is Skyhill. As you can see, I have plenty of trophies in it. 2 gold, 2 silver, 38 bronze. But we are not quite there yet, because of that darn hard playthrough. Now, why that is so difficult is rather simple. On hard difficulty, resources, items, weapons are more scarce. Enemies are plentiful and stronger. It's pretty simple that it is a more challenging run. However, since the game is randomized, even if you know what you're doing, you might start a playthrough that is pretty much impossible to finish. And so when I tried originally, even though I came really close to finishing the run, I think I reached level 2. I was 1 floor away from just getting the trophy. I was killed. Now, back then I actually looked at a guide, and there is a tricky way to get this trophy or achievement on other platforms. However, that requires a bit of trickery that on PC can be done rather easily. On PlayStation requires PlayStation Plus, which I obviously didn't have back then. But I do have it now. So I decided that I would return to this game and first of all just do a bit of trophy cleanup and then try to do the hard playthrough. Who knows, maybe it will work out, and if not, we can do a bit of trickery. Now, just to show how difficult this playthrough and trophy is, when I looked at guides earlier today, I found one that said even if you know what you're doing, due to the random nature of the game, you have around 25 to 30% chance of actually finishing a run on hard difficulty. Mind you, that is if you know what you are doing, which I do not. So let's start up the game and see how rusty we have gotten. I think the answer will be rather obvious. burger. Actually, while I was looking at information about this game, I learned that there was a physical edition of it, even though in limited quantities. Let's adjust the sound just a bit and see what we have. I think the settings will be fine. A new game, so here we have it. Easy, normal, hard, hardcore, who would go on that, and tutorial. Oh wait, the tutorial is a setting, never mind. Let's go on normal first. And here comes the fun part. The skills. Now, even though this game is a roguelike game, so you start from nothing. Every run you start, and as you play, you find items, you find weapons, and you face different enemies. There are perks and skills, as I call them, that you unlock for doing certain things, and I was able to unlock everything during my previous playthroughs. Now this is important because these perks are crucial to finishing a hard playthrough, in my opinion. These are the only things that make the challenge just a bit more doable. Now let's see, Rampage. Let's actually not run ahead. We have a passive and an active skill. You can choose one from each category. So we have the no perk option if you want to make your game that much more challenging. But if you want, you can choose from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10 different passive and 10 active skills. So let's see what we have. Rampage, you always strike first, you never give up, you won't go down. Losing is only an option for your enemies, so you won't retreat from a fight. Always striking first is good. However, never retreating might be an added level of difficulty, because sometimes it is a matter of life and death that you back away from a fight and do a bit more looting before you head back into it. Bulimia, you've always been concerned about your weight, and now you've got bulimia. Spend only 50% food per turn, but be careful, every time you eat there is a 25% chance to take as much damage as the food would heal. So indeed in this game we require food for healing, and even though this perk allows us to use up less food, replenishing that comes with some additional risk. And as far as I know, it is possible to get yourself killed this way, so I'm not really interested in this perk. Chemocophobia. Is that a real word? Damn stairs, the devil's creation. On stairways, your damage is reduced by 50%, but when you're in the safety of a room, it's up by 25%. Now this is interesting because the hotel is built in a specific way. There is a staircase in the middle, running all the way from the first up to the 100th floor. And on each floor, on both sides, there is one room, as far as I can remember. Now, you do not need to check every single room. In theory, the quickest way to escape is just running down the stairs. However, to do that, you have to defeat the enemies on the staircase. You cannot run past them, and there are some boss type enemies in certain specific spots that you need to defeat. Now, to do that, you have to explore some of the rooms to acquire the necessary items and weapons. So this perk might not be the best idea, because as much as exploring the entire hotel could give us additional resources, we would be in a bad situation whenever we actually want to progress further down on the stairs. And once again, I have the hard difficulty in mind when I'm reading these perks, as much as I will start with a normal one just to get back into the groove of the game. And on hard difficulty, the thing is, any room can be the last one. Any enemy can mess you up. So, as much as it's nice that we would have a bit of a bonus whenever we are in a room, every room we want to check introduces additional danger to our playthrough, which should be minimalized. But I really like the icon of the staircase with the teeth and the stairs themselves, the steps forming the lower jaw of this creature. It's a really fun idea. Silver Spoon, you're used to a life of luxury. Your room is the best in the city. Start with a level 3 bed and a level 3 door. Unfortunately, your sheltered lifestyle has made you soft, so you take 25% more damage. Now, obviously taking more damage is not an option for us. Starting with leveled up items or parts in our room is not bad. As you will see, we have a bed, we have a kitchen, we have, I think, a workstation and a door. But when I tried the hard difficulty playthrough, I tried to minimize the number of times I had to return to our own room, because it takes time, and with time we burn energy and we require food to replenish that, because if we are hungry we are getting damaged. So it's not like we will be running back and forth a lot optimally. Addict, years of great nights and not so great mornings have taken their toll. You are immune to food poisoning, and spoiled food has no negative effect on you. I don't think that's how addiction works. However, when you're hungry, you suffer from terrible withdrawal and lose 5 times more HP per turn. Uh-oh. I think the normal one is 2 HP, so that would make it 10. I mean, if we always have food, we can kind of steer clear of the downside of this perk. I'm not sure. Total mess. You search every nook and cranny and always find something. But who can keep track of all this stuff? Lose a random item every 10 turns. This is not a bad one, because many times when you are searching something, you might end up empty-handed. With this perk, you always get something, so you will have plenty of items. However, you might lose an item that is really important to you. So you cannot really plan ahead, you cannot save extra useful items for later on, because you might lose it. No, I do remember that I played this game with this perk, and one time, or maybe it was multiple times, I found an extra large health pack or something like that, a med kit, and I tried to save it for later on and I lost it. However, there's a bug in the game that might come in handy later on, and that is, even though you can lose your weapon, if you are holding said weapon, you can still use it. As long as you don't try to replace it with an other item or de-equip it or unequip it, you will still have the weapon even though you lost the weapon. It's an interesting little bug, but it's really useful in some cases. Extremist. You swing from one extreme to another. Every skill point increases a stat by a random number from 1 to 8. But when leveling up, you get only 1 skill point. That is interesting. Again, it's another part of the game that adds to how dependent we are on chance. Not only what items we will find, not only what enemies we will have to face, but also how quickly or slowly we can level up. Acrophobia. Even looking down from your chair freaks you out. Who the hell thought skyscrapers were a good idea? You start with 60 max health. The lower you get, the more confident you are. Gain plus 10 health for every 10 floors you go down. So gaining plus 10 max health means that if we reach level or floor 60, we will be back at our normal 100 HP. And after that, at every 10 floors, we will have additional max health compared to our normal one. So we can go up all the way to 160 HP, which is wonderful. But it means that in the beginning we will have a much harder time. Game of chance. You are a real fatalist and believe in destiny. Each hit deals from 1% to 300% of its base damage. I did use this one. I do remember this one. Classics never go out of style. You always wanted to be like Humphrey Bogart in retro cinema. I think this changes the look of the game. But I don't know which one is the best. With the addict, being able to consume any kind of food is not bad, but it's not that much of a bonus. The total mess, the extremist, the game of chance, and acrophobia are the 4 that I think could work. Let's try acrophobia and see how difficult it makes the game on normal, because if I can't even manage it on normal, it will not work on hard. Let's see the active skill. Hard times. Even when things get tough, your body won't quit. For the next 10 turns, your actions are free. So this is an active skill, meaning that we get to activate it whenever we want. I don't know how many times. I guess it has a recharge. Survival kit. Now you're prepared for the long road ahead. You have enough food for one, but only one totally filling meal. So we start with extra food. First aid. The first aid kit from your room is quite small, but it may save your life one day. Restore 50 HP. Not bad. Inspiration. Eureka! Out of nowhere, you get a brand new upgrade for your base. Like they do it in the movies. You've seen one too many spy thrillers. Now lockpicking comes easy to you and you can open a door without the proper key from time to time. So you can use this multiple times. Deductive method. You've always been highly attuned to your surroundings, but now you can see through walls on the current upper and lower floors. Now that is really useful because that means we can check our surroundings and know what is waiting for us on the next floor, and also whether or not it's worth to check a room. Amnesia. You remember waking up and wondering. After that, everything's a bit hazy. I think amnesia kind of teleports you to a different floor, as if you just wandered off and found yourself on a different floor, and all the floors in between are still unexplored. So it could work in a way. Lucky bastard. Your luck can carry you through any fight. Your enemies won't even know what hit them. Just hope that luck doesn't run out. New life. Even if this ruined world, there's always a chance to start over. You can re-spend all your skill points. Now that is good if you want a playthrough with 2 different builds. So you start with one and then change to a different one later on, maybe when you get hold of some other kind of weapon. So I do understand that. Mysterious device. You have found a mysterious device under your bed. What in the world does it do? Honestly, I do not remember. I mean, most of these things having an extra meal, having a med kit, a random upgrade. It's not that useful. I mean, it is useful, but compared to all of our options, there are better ones. For 10 turns, our actions being free, I think that means we will not get hungry for 10 turns, and that is extremely useful. The lockpicking, not sure how many lock doors there are. There are a few. The lucky bastard I know I used, and it worked nicely. I will try amnesia. Let's see. It's kind of a experimental build here. I came to this town
for a couple of days on business. It was a short trip, so why not spend a few days in style?
Your keys, just as you ordered, are best suited with an excellent view in the latest biological defense system.
You know, things have to get better before they get worse, I guess. I just had no idea how bad.
Houston, New Europe, please remain calm and stay inside. Turn on your home biological defense system, and if you have known, directly proceed to the nearest biohazard shelter, women and children.
Dear guests, please do not leave your rooms.
I rushed to the phone. I tried everything. Police, 911, even hotel service. Something terrible was going on outside. When the screaming ceased, all I heard was satisfied, hungry growling and the sound of flesh being torn apart. And then I was hungry and eventually went outside. It was hell. But I'd rather be killed by a mutant than slowly starve to death. I still have hope. I'll make it out of here.
Of course you will. Let's hope. Alright, let's see what we work with. So we have 60 out of 60 health because of our skill or perk. And we have our hunger meter half full. Now our inventory is a nothing. We cannot really craft anything just yet. We have all of the notes already collected. These are pieces of paper that you can find throughout the game and through different playthroughs. And the dictaphone cassettes are similar collectibles. Now our character info is well, pretty much nothing. Everything at 5, level 1, and it has one of the perk icons there, and the other one says 100, so I guess every 100 turn we get to use the amnesia perk. Change objects. What does that mean? Oh, nah. Nakio with the raid. Welcome in, Nakio. And welcome in, Raiders. I am the Dreadist, a monster researching horror right now in the lovely game of Skyhill, which I returned to after more than a year. Let me see, what were you playing? Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth. Well, I hope that you enjoyed your time in the world of Digimon. Now, of course, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to. It's most important that you take care of yourself, get something to drink and eat, and stretch yourself out after sitting for so long. But if you do have a moment, please do tell, how was Digimon? I'm enjoying it, almost at the end. 4 chapters left, I believe. Oh, how many chapters is the entire game? I do know that this Digimon story game is actually 2 games in one, but I think you are already playing the second one. But it's rather amazing how long these games are, how much content there is in them. I'm not sure how much farming or grinding goes into them, but you've been playing them for a long time. Hacker's Memory 18 and Cyber Sleuth 20, I think. Oh, so you have already played through more than 30 chapters. That's wonderful. I hope that you will get to the end and be able to finish your adventures and then move on to the next Digimon game. I'm assuming there are quite a few of them. Not much grinding actually. Oh, that's nice. Just lots of side quest moments. Well, you can be upset for getting plenty of content. That's a nice thing. I guess these games would kind of fall into the RPG category, which I'm not that big of a fan of. I do like RPGs, but they take a long time, and I prefer to keep my playthroughs under 100 hours, where most RPGs actually just start. But ask Nakio about those. He has played plenty of longer RPGs. I'm pretty sure Expedition 33 was quite a long one. Not to mention Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts. I think I have 4 more Digimon games I'd like to play on stream. 5 maybe? But they're shorter. Most of them. What do you mean most of them? Do you mean there is one that is longer than these 2 combined? Because that means you are looking at a half a year long playthrough. But hey, if it's good, have fun with it, and I hope I will get to tune in and watch a bit. Well, there is the newest Digimon game, which I think is just as long. Well, it's a good value, but the rest is shorter. Yes, they are shorter. They are just 16 chapters or something. Like, they are long chapters, but there are fewer of them, probably. But that's great. I don't really know that much about Digimon. I've seen episodes of random seasons across the board, and I knew that there were games, but I didn't really know there were this many games. It's nice to see that there are still new ones being developed. It's like Pokemon, but better. Yes, I said it. Ooh hoo hoo hoo. Dear Pokemon fans, do forward your hatred towards Nekio. Thank you. Even though I do like Digimon quite a lot, I like the variety of the Digimon quite interesting. And I once saw a meme about it, how the evolution lines are kind of all over the place sometimes, which is fun. I like to see what the creators come up with, even though I don't even know who really creates new Digimon. I'm sure there is a company or a studio. You cannot predict the Digimon evolution line exactly. Who knows what will happen next? You see, with Pokemon, you kind of have a logical aspect to evolution, that the next stage of the Pokemon will be somewhat like the previous one, maybe bigger, stronger, but similar. With Digimon, we are not bound by such silly things like logic. No, anything can go. That's the fun of it. And in a way, it's really interesting to see Pokemon and Digimon exist side by side, because they both had their animes, video games, card games. Even though with Digimon there were quite a few iterations of the card game, but as far as I heard, the newest one is going decently. When I was little, so a few years ago, people used to call them rivals. I'm not sure if they are rivals, because the problem is, the moment people start comparing brands, things turn ugly. But there are quite a few similarities, and now we have Palworld to add to the mix with its own video game and card game, and who knows what. I will be laughing so hard if there will be a Palworld anime, but I would not be surprised. That was a long time ago though, when Pokemon and Digimon was at the start of their franchise. I could not tell you when that was. I think in the 90s. But I don't know exactly when they started. I don't even know which one is older. I would be inclined to say Pokemon is older, but maybe only because Pokemon is bigger now, and it would make sense that it got so big because it had more time, but I don't think that there's such a big difference between them in age. I was tempted by Palworld at first, but no, meh. What happened, if I can ask? I'm really curious. Pokemon 1996 and Digimon 1997, wow! So Pokemon started in the same year Yu-Gi-Oh! Did. Apparently, thank you for looking it up. Well, there were quite a few of these kind of brands and ideas, like Beyblade and Bakugan and many card games. I don't know, just kind of fell out of it. With time, the temptation went away. So you never played it? Well, the 1.0 version just released, so maybe this is the perfect time to try it out and get absorbed by it. No? Well, you know, it's a top seller on Steam. Actually, let me check. Palworld, where are you? Well, it's even on discount. Only for 20 euros now you can have your machine gun wielding sheep defend your base. That sounds so made up, and that's actually one of the images. Why am I stuck like this? Just asking. Excuse me? Hello? Who broke my camera? Thank you. Much better. Oh no, my head. Goodness. Nah, I got other things to play. I see. Oh, Dreddy got bigger. That sounded questionable. Wasn't me. I didn't think it was you to begin with, but no, I'm suspicious. Got a lurk now, though. Thank you for the lurk, and as always, thank you for the raid. Please don't forget to take care of yourself after your stream. Get yourself something nice to drink. Nah. I guess that's the farewell boop. Ooh, multitasking. That's nice. I hope your hands are clean. Because if they are not, I'm gonna be mad. Always makes my nose so itchy. Now. An itchy nose and a tasty finger right in front of it. Itchy, tasty, itchy, tasty. Stop it! I'm getting flashbacks. Thank you. Now, where was I? Right, just starting the game. So, we have our workbench where we can craft items. Here they are. But to craft items we have to level up things. Then we have the elevator and we have the bed. That's about it. Now where can I upgrade the VIP room? Here it is. So we have the workbench, the kitchen, the door and the bed. With one of the perks that I looked at earlier, I would have had a level 3 bed and a level 3 door. Now the bed increases the health recovered while sleeping, and the door reduces the chance of bad events happening while sleeping. But what we really need is the kitchen and the workbench, because those unlock new recipes. The kitchen gives us access to better food, and the workbench access to better weapons. So let's see, what can we do? How does hunger work? You will lose 1 hunger point each time you walk from one room to another. If you have 0 hunger points, you lose 2 health points instead. So indeed, the 5 times more damage taken, that was the side effect of one of the perks, would mean that if we are hungry we lose 10 health points every single move. Okay, left or right? Empty. So as I said, many times we come across empty areas, and as it seems I will have to move a bit to the side for this game. So never mind me, I'm just sliding out of the way slightly. Now what do we have here? Empty. Ooh, stiletto. 2 stilettos. Bread. Okay, let's see. So we have 2 stilettos. Now that is interesting because we can't really use it, or so I thought originally, because it has a requirement of speed 7. Now my speed is 5, right? So when I originally played the game, I thought I couldn't use this weapon because, well, I don't meet the requirements and the text is in red. But as I learned during one of my later playthroughs, it took a long time, you can use them, except the damage gets reduced. So here it says minus 33%. So my bare fists have a damage 1 to 2 that is set underneath the stats of my character. That will change to 2 to 4.7, which is around 66% of 3 to 7. So it's still better than our bare hands. And our first fight is here. Attack. Now, here comes the fun part. So, we can choose where to target our enemy. On top, we see the chance of the attack actually hitting the beast, and underneath the damage it can deal. Obviously, the higher the chance of the hit connecting, the lower the damage, because the more guaranteed the attack being successful is, the lower the guaranteed damage. Now let's see. I don't know their health, I do not remember that. But well, 80% and 90%, that's not a big difference, but there's a rather big difference between 1.4 and 2. So let's go for this. That's 3 damage, okay. 4.1. A miss. 3.4. So we are already above 10. Oh! If I looked up, I know it has 20 health. Let's try this. A miss. Well, it was a 50-50. Makes sense. As you can see, already I've lost half of my health, which is a problem. This is why you have to be extra careful. Ooh, a key. Let's see what we have. Overripe banana. So this one has a 50% chance of causing us to become intoxicated and losing 8 health points in the process, which is not really good. This is why the addict perk can be useful. Now you have once again 20 health. It's a good question, what is a better idea? Choosing the guaranteed or going for a high risk, high reward attack? Great question. I'm already almost dead. Which is a problem, so let's check what we have. Bandages. It gives 10 health. 10 health is almost nothing. Now we can craft actually better medkits if we have some booze or painkillers. I do not have those. And this is pretty much where I die. If I want to go back, it let me, so that's great. So what can I do in a situation like this? I can change my weapon to the kitchen knife, which has a damage of 225, and that is better than what I have. And actually I get a bonus because I have speed 5, so this is a much better weapon. I can use this because I have nothing else, and that's pretty much all I can do. Let's see. 5 damage, that's better. Extra turn. Okay, just one hit. Yeah. Glue, that's what I need. Exactly, glue. Now we have points to spend, 4 points. We can add to our strength, speed, dexterity, or our accuracy. The first 3 gives extra damage to certain types of weapons and a critical chance multiplier, extra turn chance, or chance to dodge. Now they are all good in their own rights, right? Because if I get a critical hit more often, that's more damage. If I get an extra turn, that's more damage. If I dodge more often, then I don't take damage in a turn, which pretty much means I get an extra free turn to attack without losing health. Now the accuracy is plus 10% chance to hit. I'm not sure how to exactly take that, so let's crank that up to 8 and see what happens. What should I do with it? The pet food? Eat it? Hunger 20. Yes. I love that you can get sick from an overripe banana, but you cannot get sick from eating cat food. Now here we have another lovely aspect of this game, and that is, if you want to get back to the top floor, you can use the elevator, but only if you repair these panels. And to repair these, you need certain items, or you can just try to fix them with whatever you can improvise, but that takes a lot of time and, as it says, will cost some energy, meaning that your hunger meter will take quite a big jump. No, okay, so something did change. So we went from 90% to 95. From 80 to 86 and from 50 to 56%. Now it said that one skill point added is plus 10%. I'm not sure that I'm following. Because let's take 50%, okay? 10% of 50% is 5. So it should have went from 50 to 55. I think. Or if it just adds plus 10% then to 60. But okay, I guess we can make our hits more reliable, which is good, but we use up our skill points and that is dangerous. Because, for example, we have speed here, right? If I want to use the stiletto instead of the kitchen knife, so going from 2 to 5 to 3 to 7, which is obviously better, then I need speed 7. And for that, I just need speed. So now, because I'm speed 6, in theory, even the kitchen knife hits bigger because it gets a damage boost based on my speed. Now the stilettos are still the same, and the penalty is still 33%, meaning that the penalty does not scale with our skill level. or how many levels we are missing, which is good to know. I am slowly rediscovering all the things in this game. New message from Shitass Joe. One of us has to get out of here alive. I left a stash for you. Floor 89. Okay. I don't think I will get there. Because I have food. I do not have any sort of medical aid. So I think I will just leave. Because sometimes, indeed, you have to leave. What's that? Scrap metal. Extremely useful. So as you can see, normally you don't really find many things. I mean, I found coins, and that is useful. Oh. A dead bird just crashed through the window. Well, it wasn't dead when it crashed through, I think, but we got some meat out of it. Okay, I have some painkillers and antibiotics. That's useful. I also have some water, so I could theoretically try to get the rest of the recipes. Oh no. No, no. Ha ha ha! Look at your hard hat! Ha ha! No. So this was 10 levels. And I fought as much as I could. And found 2 knives, 2 stilettos, a dead bird, a few pieces of scrap food, half of which can potentially kill me, 1 roll of bandages, antibiotics, painkillers, a key, and a bunch of random stuff that I can't even use yet. And half of the enemies I couldn't even fight. And this is the very reason why hard difficulty is so unpredictable. Because you can't just go from floor to floor, explore everything, defeat all the enemies, and slowly build up an inventory of medical items and food and better weapons, because you just run out of the resources. Even on normal. On hard difficulty I would probably be dead already. And that's the thing with starting at a lower maximum health. Because I started with 60, now I'm actually up to 70 because I finally descended 10 floors. And as I said, that means the beginning of the game is much more difficult. And those 40 health points are important. However, now I'm back at 60 health. Why? Let's test this out. Okay, what can I do with you? You have 25 health points. Now this kind of enemy loves to run away. And also can deal a lot of freaking damage. But that's interesting. We got extra... Oh, no, 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 no. We got extra health. Let's see. We still didn't level up. Still don't have anything better, so let's eat the chocolate and go to town. Haha! That was lucky. And guaranteed at the end. Empty. Something's wrong with the power on this floor. Yeah, something's wrong. No smoking, terrible. Oh, a rag. That could come in handy for a medkit if I could finally find some booze. But I finally found a medkit! Wait, 41 plus. Oh, I messed that up. That was a 50 plus. But hey, that's why we are doing this bit of a test run here. Oh, we used up the key, so this was locked. And it's empty. It was so worth it. So this was one of the locked rooms or doors that we could potentially unlock with the lockpicking perk. And I mean, as you can see, just because a door is closed doesn't mean you will find something valuable behind it. So I think that lockpicking perk will not be the best for our run. Now I would need to eat something quickly. Because I am slightly hungry. Oh, come on. There you go. A brick. So here comes the other problem. We have to descend on the stairs to get extra health and also to be able to gather items. But because I couldn't repair the elevator, no, I can't just walk back up to the nearest working elevator door and go back to the VIP room. I have to walk up 15 flights of stairs. Welcome in, Elior. How are you doing today? What could I potentially do food-wise? Actually not much, as it turns out. So there's not much of a point in going back at all. I don't have butter, I don't have nuts, vegetables. I certainly will not waste my alcohol on a cocktail. Oh, this is not good. Drink the water because there's no no recipe that requires water, but I finally leveled up, so let's see what I can do. Let's add to speed, and now change to this. So we went from 2 to 5 to 3 to 7, and we have 1.8 additional damage. That's good. Well, I will be pressing on and hoping that I will finally find something that I can craft into a decent dish. Let's eat the banana. Okay, I didn't die, that's good. Now the banana gives back 6 hunger, but you can lose 8 health. The pepper only gives back 5. So I guess the banana is the better option. And here we have a vending machine. For 1 coin you get a random snack, which is good. Overripe Brussels sprout, my favorite in the zombie apocalypse. Oh, that was a nice one. Corn on the cob. Now my idea with this perk that gives us more and more extra health the lower we descend in the tower is that I try to reach as far down as I can, and then I will go back and clean out the rest of the rooms and hopefully repair the elevator. I'm not really sure if that will work, especially because half of the place is empty. Let's eat it. Okay, so we still get the +6, but we lose health. Okay. Now I will put the rest of my skill points into speed just to get a higher damage output for now. And it ran away. Great. So this is why a skill that makes us luckier could work, because that way I can choose the 50% chance hit and deal much more damage. But I don't exactly know how it works. You're starving. That's great. Okay, this is a different one, not the one I fought before. How did you miss? You literally hit it in the face. Pipe. Okay, let's eat. Let's drink the coffee. That's a safe bet. Nothing here. Extremely great. So here we are. Floor 80. Every time we descend 10 floors, we get an extra 10 health points of maximum health. Now my maximum health is 70. I started with 60 and then I got 10 plus. The question is, when I pass floor 80 here and get an extra 10 points of health, maximum health, will I also heal back? I have 27.7 health points. I still have 70 maximum HP. What? Oh, there it is. So I get healed up to my maximum and then get an extra 10. That's interesting. Because normally I would say that this perk is a really risky gamble. You will have a difficult time at the start because you are down 40 HP, and as you go you get back to 100 HP, which would be your normal, and after that every 10 floors you are actually stronger or have more health than you normally would. However, the maximum health isn't that useful if you don't really have health. You would need to heal back, and well, that's not really working because I don't have medical items. But this way, every 10 floors we not only get 10 extra points of maximum health, we get an almost full healing. That might be a good thing. That could be used to our advantage. I hate you. Ooh. How aggressive. Ooh, that was a big hit. Empty. Great. So I still don't really have food, which is not good, but I have another coffee, so that's not so bad. Fun fact, I still don't have the duct tape that the elevator required. And the other thing is, if I try to fix the elevator with whatever, I would have to have a lot of food to combat my hunger, which I don't have. So I will try to go back now. And this is really how you waste a lot of your points. But I will try to do this. And kill the rest of the enemy creatures. One is actually right here. And this is dangerous because this creature is poisonous. Ow. Ow. Hey! Stop it. What do you mean critical? I do a critical, you don't. How did you miss that? Thanks. Oh, Shitters Joe! Oh, right, this was 89. This is where his stash is. Whew, what a huge stash that was. Some glue and a bottle of water. Well, and a lot of XP that we could potentially put into speed. Well, great, my health is now terrible from one fight, actually. So let's try to get here, because this is a doctor's room. My dear friend, could you please actually hit the... How did you miss an 86% chance? Empty. Come on, I am playing on normal. Well, I guess I do have to use up my bandages. Don't really have a choice there. And I have to flee. Okay. He ran away. And I got another bandage. What can I eat? Corn. And use up my bandage again. No, I don't want to, but that doesn't mean I don't have to. Yes, again, I have rags. I just don't have the alcohol to turn those rags into something useful. So here, as you can see, I can go up to the VIP room with the elevator. Now the question is, what can I do here? Oh, I can actually create electric tape, but that can only be done here. So all these things I can only craft here. I can only upgrade things here as well. The food I can craft wherever I want. The weapons I can only craft here. I don't have wood boards. Not even one. I can salvage this. What will I get? Yes. What did I get? Metal nails. Wire. Okay. Really, really useful. No, it isn't. Now the problem is to actually create weapons, I would need to upgrade my workbench. For that, I need a board. I don't have it. For the kitchen, to make better food, I would need the stick. For the stick, I need boards. I don't have a board. So, yeah. That's a problem. A big problem at that. So really the problem is I just don't have the resources to do pretty much anything. I can level up my character, of course, that's great. But I can't do much else. Now it's also a good question whether or not it's worth fixing the elevator. Because let's say that here on floor 95 the elevator is busted. If I have to go up to the VIP room from here, because I can't use it, that takes 5 turns up and 5 turns back. Alright. That means if I could fix this elevator in less I understand that this game can get a bit complicated at times, and I'm talking about these extremely complex ideas, but that doesn't mean that the stream has to crash. Things are not that bad. Okay? OBS, you are okay? You are okay. Wonderful. So where was I? Yes. If I can fix this in less than 10 turns, then I actually saved myself a few turns. Now obviously if I have to go back multiple times, then I am saving a lot of hunger points. But I can only grab this at the VIP room. So actually let's try to fix it however I can. Okay, it cost me 7 hunger points. So it was worth it. And this way this elevator is also working. This one is not. I do not have a generator, so let's try this. 5 points, and it was just a waste of time. Another 8 and it's working. So this was 13. But let's not forget that we are further down. So I saved myself that floor, this one, that's 2, 3. Give me a moment, I have to deal with this guy. There's nothing in this room. Okay, so this is 4, 5. Okay, I do have to hit you, or I'm dead. 13 points, and I fixed it. But as you can see, I'm already running low here on health and food again. Let's try to use a few coins here. We got 2 chocolate bars. Okay, let's eat those. Alright, can we fix this? 7 points, and it was a waste. And another 12! 19 points! We purchased the 2 chocolate bars, and out of the 20 hunger points that we gained from those, we spent 19 on this elevator. Oh, goodness. Yeah, this did not work out. Who would have thought? But we learned a few things. This perk is not necessarily bad. The problem is, in my opinion, is that you would need to go as far down the staircase as possible. That way you can maximize your health. But if you do that, you waste all the healing potential that you have, because every time you advance 10 floors, it heals you back up. So it is a good idea to actually fight to a certain degree. But there isn't enough stuff to go around. That's the problem. It takes a lot to repair the elevator, which might not even be worth it, and even more to just explore everything. However, I will try to do this test again, because advice, don't take advice from strangers. That's a great piece of advice. So why I want to try it again is so I can use what I've learned here. Because one thing, for example, is use your skill points right away. That way you always deal the highest amount of damage. I also don't really think that spending skill points on accuracy is worth it. Maybe I'm wrong. Especially when I said that I managed to miss the enemy who was right in front of me. So here I will try to gather everything. Okay, Medipack, great. That's a lot of health. Cola, piece of wood. Piece of wood is really useful. Stop missing. Thank you. That's how you should do it. Painkillers. Cheese. Ooh, the rats will be happy. Nothing. I mean, there is a point when luck runs out. So the gears, to create the gears, you need scrap metal and cable. To create cable, you need wire from scrap metal and tape from glue and a rag. So there's a really good chance that I would not go through all this just to repair it. So let's try to improvise. And there's the VIP key card. That's important, so we can go up all the way to the VIP room. Small medkit. How much does that give? 30. I will not use it. Yes, I would waste 1.5 points of health. Not anymore. Love your hard hat. But it wasn't enough to protect you. Oh, a pear. You know what that means? We have bread. And we have cheese. So we can craft a most delicious cheese sandwich. And we can now enjoy our cheese sandwich. That's a rat-worthy life. Love these empty rooms. Oh, wait a moment. Sorry. I leveled up. I have to put some points into speed. So the damage of my knife is 3.2 to 6.2, and that goes up to 05, 08, and then 47 and 4272. Let's see. Great start. 14 points of damage. Lovely. A board. Logged. I need a key. That's okay. Butter and mushrooms. Empty. I'm not sure why, but I feel like there are more items scattered around now. I think I will use this, but actually let's check our med kits. So I cannot craft anything from a small med kit. I cannot add something to make a large one. That's impossible. Okay, so I can use that. And the elevator is working. Let's not forget that we are still within 10 floors. Seven. And that's it. Military grade MRE. That's lovely. That will give a lot of health back. Well, food. Actually, let's check. 30 hunger. Let's go. 8 points. Thank you. Stiletto. The stiletto is better than the kitchen knife. So let's use those. And let's fix this. 14 points. Goodness. Wire. Okay. Miss. So I have 20 health points. And when I go down here, I will heal. No, not exactly now. Because, welcome in, Vivian. How are you doing today? And how was the ending of your stream yesterday? I missed it and only joined back after the raid and found myself somewhere else. I hope Mario Kart went well. I don't think you missed much. Spain won the game and I had some fun with Mario Kart. Hey, that's great. But I hope that you enjoyed the game as much as, or the match as much as you were not watching it, and that Mario Kart was fun. I kind of got too dizzy with that neon track and decided to rest my eyes for a moment. I'm happy Spain won, yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, there are some crazy modded Mario Kart maps. But there was that one that you said reminded you of a Mario version of Hell. I really liked that. It had great soundtrack too. That's why I threw on the flashing lights tag, cause some of the courses are just like that. Yes, it's always fun when you are on a track and you don't know where the track is. That's a novel concept. That one's good, yeah. But I do want to ask, because I wasn't watching the entire 4 hours or how many. Did you come second ever? Because all the races I've seen, you won, like all of them. Like, did the CPU ever manage to beat you? Once maybe. I see. Oh, tons of fun. I love finishing last in online because I didn't know where to go. But the CPUs are not very good on 200cc. Yeah, it's certainly the CPUs not being good, not you being amazing. It's obviously their fault. Which is so funny because there are moments when Vivian is just racing and reading the chat and answering things, and the CPU is trying everything, like the entire roster is trying to just beat Vivian, and it's like there's a red mushroom, there's a blue mushroom, there's a power bomb, there's a lightning, like every racer is using all they have, and Vivian is like, oh, this is no good, and then finishes first, and there's still half of the track of a lead, and the CPU is still like, I was so close, just 30 more seconds and I could have gotten closer. It's crazy. Oh, thanks, but it's true. Combos can't stop me when I'm half a lap ahead. Yes, that's the thing. That's the thing. The CPU is like, we can't do anything with this player. Just too good. That's the fun part. The only thing that can defeat Vivian is tricky and alluring shortcuts, because there are these really specific shortcuts and they are really tempting, and sometimes there's that moment when Vivian says, I'm going to go for it, and then falls off the track like 3 times in a row. I swear they timed those lightning hits on purpose to get me to fall into pits though. Yeah, and it's still not enough. And that's concerning. That's concerning. I think you should look for a mod for extra hardcore difficult CPU racers or something like that, because this way you are just destroying the competition. Oh, that mod exists, of course, for players like you. It's called playing online. No, you misunderstood me. I said extra difficult hardcore CPU players, not unbeatable human players. That's a whole different difficulty level. It's way up there. Like, I said difficult but doable. There's a big difference. That's the reason why I dare to play single player games on the highest difficulty, because the AI can be beat. They always behave the same way, they think the same way, they might make a mistake. But in multiplayer games, no. I'm not even trying to win, because I know there is someone out there who spent hundreds of hours to learn this one game, and I'm not trying to beat them, because it's just not gonna happen. I remember there was one game that I played, a multiplayer game, and most of my victories were because the servers were rather unstable, and if there was a disconnect, both players were awarded a victory. So every time I started a match with a random someone, I was just hoping that the servers will crash or something and I will get my victory, because I am not beating anyone. I'm not sure if that's possible in MKB to improve the AI to that level. I mean, just make them faster? It's possible to make them faster, right? But that's not really what you add. Well, there's an idea that I had. You can try it out if you'd like. So my idea is right at the beginning of the race, right? When everyone starts and they leave the starting zone, but you just don't do anything, and you just stay there. And once they left you once, then you start. And maybe that way you will only win by a few seconds. That's my guess. Oh yeah, giving them a lap advantage would be funny. Funny, perhaps. I think it would be rather terrifying once you figure things out and beat them still. That would be. Though some tracks are a single lap. Well, that's extra hard difficulty for you. Figure it out. So maybe not those. You never know. Okay, you give them 10 seconds of a head start. Or you could make a challenge of not using any items. You start at the same time, but you just don't use items. Which, in some cases, might be an advantage. Because more often than not, you sleep on your own bananas. So, yeah, that might make things easier for you. Itemless would be fun as well. I think anything could be fun if it makes the race a bit more difficult and gives a bit of an advantage to the CPU, because poor thing is losing. But it's extremely fun to to watch you play this game, and what I find really fascinating is how effortlessly you do it. Like, it's not a joke when I say that Vivian wins every race, because that's the standard. To be honest, in those 200cc Grand Prix, I'm not really racing the CPUs. I'm actually racing the requirements to get the 3-star ranking. Yeah, which is even more difficult. Though, you're making me blush. I'm stating facts. You have to be really good at a game to play it, no matter what happens. If you can't see half of the screen, if you make a mistake, if you get hit, you can still save it. And all the while you can talk to the chat and read things and check the results of the football match going, which is ridiculous, because that is what happened last night. It was like, oh yes, I'm doing this race. Oh, let me check the... Oh, there was a red card. That's interesting. And I'm watching the stream like, how are you doing all this at the same time? Like, there's distracted while driving and not being present while driving, I guess, and you still manage to race. And I'm terrible at racing games, by the way, which is ridiculous, because I played so many games on PlayStation and tried to get the trophies of different games. And the one category in which I could never platinum a game is racing. I'm not good at platformer games, but I'm still better at them than racing. Every racing game I tried, I failed at platinuming it. Except Twisted Metal, but we can argue about whether or not Twisted Metal is a racing game. Perks of ADHD, I suppose. Don't try it IRL. That's a good point. Don't drive and do anything else at the same time. For me, it's first-person shooters. I am hopeless at those. It's interesting because FPS games are the ones that I think I'm best at, or was, especially on PC with a mouse and keyboard. With a controller it's different. But to be honest, it's self-evident that I shouldn't text and drive IRL. Think of all those times I crash or fall off. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe that's how it should be taught in school. Just let the kids text each other on the phone and play Mario Kart at the same time. And it will be pretty apparent that they shouldn't do it. Like at the end of the class, they would be all happy because they spent an hour just playing a game, and then the teacher would go and say, "Alright kids, do you remember all the times that you fell off the track?" Yes? Yes, that many times you couldn't have died in real life, because you would be dead after the first one. Now do you want to text and drive? And after a bit of a trauma, I guess they would learn the lesson. Oh, now that you mention it, there are simulators like that. I would honestly be surprised if there wasn't a simulator or an indie game based on that idea. Like they have a texting mode, a drunk tipsy mode, etc. I think that should be mandatory playing at driving courses. In a way, it's really interesting to me. And some people I heard mention it. But let me wait a moment while the ad is playing. Also, I just learned that links are not disabled in my chat. Yay! Thank you for bringing that to my attention. That could certainly not cause a whole lot of trouble later down the line. Oh yeah, I risked the time out there. Well, I guess the rats like you. But I heard a few people talk about how driving is one of the most dangerous things that most people are allowed to do. And somewhat easily, because yes, you have to take a course and an exam, but not to mention that it is somewhat luck based, because the traffic that you have to drive in during an exam is kind of random. The weather as well. But most of the course is designed to teach you how to drive in normal conditions. You don't have to drive on icy road in the middle of a blizzard in 40 degrees or something like that. And many times what I think people who are learning to drive overlook, because they are worried about their own skills that they don't have yet, is the fact that more often than not you have to be careful about other drivers on the road. So for example, in heat waves like right now, you really have to be careful about the other drivers as well, because they might be slower, they might be having trouble just surviving in the heat. And it's not like, oh, I will drive perfectly, nothing wrong can happen. Plenty of wrong can still happen. And I understand the idea that if everyone is responsible for themselves, then nothing can go wrong. But let's say that you are driving and you are doing everything correctly. Someone else makes a mistake. Well, you both end up in a car crash. And depending on the cars, you might be in a worse position than them. And I understand that later on in court or wherever, they will be in a worse situation, but right in that moment, you don't really care about that. I don't think that when you are in a car crash, you are thinking, oh, I will have such a fun time with this in court in 2 years' time when they finally get to it. This is why defensive driving is such an important concept. Exactly. That's why you always keep a banana peel with you, I think. Or 6 of them. Not just in Mario Kart. I guess in that way, Mario Kart has this mentality that you should always be aware of your surroundings. Like, you never know who's out to get you on the road, which is somewhat realistic in a twisted sense. Though I have heard of a little joke with with Mario Kart and others, how in all of the Mario games, Bowser, the Goombas or troopers, they are enemies, but somehow in other games they are racing together. So why is Mario inviting his enemies to go-karting? Well, defensive driving in Mario Kart is sort of an antithesis of defensive driving in real life. Oh, no, that's not where my nose is. There you go. Poke's eye. No, no eye poking. That would cost way more. In Mario Kart, I see defensive driving as colliding into walls or going off-road to avoid an incoming red shell. Yeah, I guess the core concept is similar. The execution might be different. Poke, no, stop with the poking. And also, welcome in, Zev. I cannot ban first because they are not present. No pokey. I'd like to keep both of my eyes. I need them to see depth. Ow! Oh, interesting. No, I cannot open my inventory because I'm already in a fight since they attacked me. Thanks for the chat. I'll lurk for a while. Thank you for the chat and have a wonderful time. Going to make dinner, I think. Ooh. I hope something delicious. Can I have an arm then? For what purposes? Do you want to poke an arm, or do you want to chew on it? You want to rip it off? What are the extents of your plans regarding the arm? Okay, now I have more skill points, so put all the skill points into speed. What purpose does it need to be so I can have it? I absolutely adore Zev's approach to pretty much anything. It has such a legal mindset. Don't know the greater good. I don't believe in the greater good. I'm sorry. How can you measure good anyways? Oh, extra turns. Lucky me. And here we have a vending machine for medical items. Now let's see, what kind of a damage can I deal now? Quite a lot. With an arm. Oh, you want to measure the goodness with an arm. Oh, goodness. I think you are confusing something here, because there is indeed a measuring unit named after a part of the human body, but that is not an arm, that is a foot. So for that you would need a foot. At least I don't remember an arm. There might be one. There are some really odd units out there. Of course, miss. No, I don't want to do that. Arm exists too. I wonder how long is an arm. It's just out of fashion. Ooh, it's an old one. I like that. Of course. Could you just run away, please? Thank you. You could have done it before you poked me with a knife, but... Oh! Free meat, thank you. Now let's see how we are doing. I can eat the meat, so that's good. Interestingly, I don't really have to repair elevators now. Oh, come on. Did I have to say it? Do I have wire? Yes. Let's use it up. Photo fragment. Alright, there was a photo you could piece together. So my idea is that I'm always going for a 50-50% chance and then follow up with something a bit more reliable. I think I will need to use my small medkit before I die. 3 misses in a row! Come on! Okay, level up. I really like that whenever you level up there's an arrow, a blue arrow pointing up right next to the health, so you know. You are constantly reminded of it. Empty. Now I want to make it down to floor 79. Oh, extra turn. I did it! I won a fight without getting hit! Or even giving a chance to my enemy to hit me. Ha ha. Oh, you are that annoying one that I already had to deal with. That was easier. Coin. What do you mean, coin? What would I use a coin on? Empty. Okay, let's use a coin. I got a water. I think it's simply bugged and I somehow used this vending machine. You see that? That's a fish. Haha. Well, it doesn't really look like a goldfish, but it was. Fish diet. It's healthy in theory. Could you? Thank you. I don't know why, but you can break those plants. Okay, we are in a tough situation here. What could I do with it? The stilettos? Not much. I already have one. Or 2 or 3. I don't want to heal because I'm close to floor 79. Let's repair this. No, I'm on floor 79. Now here's the question. Previously I went to the left. I guess the same would happen if I went to the right. And I got my health healed back up to maximum, and then I got my extra 10 points of health. Now if I go back, what happens? I still got it. Okay, so it doesn't matter where I go. Once I reach that, the next turn I get my health. Okay, that's good to know. I got the 45% chance hit and I missed the 70% one. Love it. And I lost exactly 10 points of health to this bugger. Extra turn. Come on. Come on. That's why I'm getting extra turns, because I have high speed. Jeez. I wasted a bit too much there. Bit too much health. That's fine. Now I can go back to the VIP. Stop thinking about food. Exactly, you should. Now let's see, can we finally do something? I can't do the kitchen because I could not find one brick. And I don't think there's a way to craft a brick. What a surprise. I can create the workbench, hopefully. I need nails. I can make nails. Lovely. So let's do this. I need wire and I need the gears. Can I make the gears? I need wire, cable. Can I make cable? Okay. I need 2 wires. One for this. Let's make one of these. Make the cable and make this. Okay, apparently I only needed one wire. Okay. Oh no, I need it here. And then I would need a generator. Now the generator needs a lot of things. It needs a battery. I'm not sure if I can honestly make it. But let's see. I am trying to upgrade the workbench to the maximum so I can see all of the weapons, decide which weapon would be best, because I don't remember which weapons I used back when I originally played this game. And that way I can know what resources I should look for in my hard playthrough. So let's see. I need battery. All right, I almost forgot. Well, I did forget, but now I remember. The gear and the wire and the nails I could keep. So the resources that you use to upgrade your room with, you don't use them up in theory. So let's try that with the generator. I don't think the generator will actually use up or will be used up. So I need cable. Here's your cable, here's your battery. We have the battery. But the battery used up the gears. So I need the cable again and the gears. So let's make more cable. Okay, I have the cable, but I don't have the metal. So I need a metal and another cable to make the generator. I can't do anything with the food, but now I can look at all of the weapons except for the electric ones, which are the last ones. So what do we have? Star knife. This requires so much. 14 dexterity, 11 strength, 18 speed, that's a lot. Naginata, that's strength and speed. Sword hook, this is speed only, and you would need, what are these, metal shards? How do you create metal shards? From 3 pieces of metal or with a brick? Well, I don't have a brick. Trident, pole axe, but for the pole axe you need the fire axe, and I don't think a fire axe can be actually crafted, and now I just realized that I should have started from the bottom. So we have the mop, the stiletto, that's the one I'm using, the hatchet, the hammer, the pipe, the saw. The saw is strength and speed. Now my weapon is 3 to 7, so we are looking for something a bit stronger and faster, hopefully, in the speed category. Because the thing is, from the starting weapons, which are these 5 plus the knife, I think, I have to choose one that I can reliably use. So when I start my playthrough, I should use my my level up skill points to strengthen my weapon. And only later on, when I actually reached a point in my playthrough that I can spend my resources on leveling up my workbench, and I can craft new weapons, only then should I be concerned about spending my level up points on something else. So this needs strength. It's 1 to 8, so there's a really wide range. That's a lot of luck involved. I don't want that. Hammer is 211, so again a lot of luck with the strength weapons. Hatchet is 6-8, that's good. That's really high. The stiletto is 3-7 and the mop is 4-6. So the speed is a smaller range than the strength, but the dexterity is the highest. That's interesting. Then we have the saw, 6-9, 7-11, but this requires 3 points. Shovel, 8-11, again with the dexterity. Knuckles, I think that's speed, 4-9. Sickle, sharpened pipe, staff, shovel. Shovel, extremely wide range. No. The staff 9, 10, that's not bad, but it requires 2 points. 2 different types of skill points. Sharpened pipe and sickle. Copish 11, 12. Dexterity and speed. That's an interesting mix. But this requires a crowbar. And I can't craft a crowbar. And I haven't found a crowbar. So I guess it's somewhat rare. Cattle prod. Oh, extremely wide range. Dexterity and speed. Interesting. Tonto. 611 with the speed. That's not bad. For this I need a baseball bat. I don't have a baseball bat. I guess you have to find it. Now this is interesting. Sai. For this you need 3 stilettos and wire. And it wouldn't be bad, because I use the stilettos normally. But it needs 11 strength. It actually requires more strength than speed. Then we have the Clockwork Axe. I do remember using this because it's extremely strong. 14, 19. It's a dexterity, strength, speed weapon, but pretty low numbers for 2 of them. Spear 12, 15 and dexterity. Qatar. That's speed 8, 13. I mean, that's much stronger than what I have now. Sword saw. Strength, speed. Sight. I do remember using a sight before. Dexterity and speed. And you can create it from 2 different things, but you always need the sickle, which is this one, and for that you need a hatchet. Another shovel. Interestingly, all the shovels have extremely wide ranges. Another sword saw, pruner, mace. It requires barbed wire? That's not difficult to make, actually. It's interesting. It requires high strength, but there's a pretty big range there. The slasher, again, I don't have the fire axe. That's rare. This is such a strength weapon. Interestingly, it doesn't require that high level strength. But 1 to 35 is as big of a range as it can get, I guess. Studded knuckles. This is a speed weapon. But it requires the knuckles, which you have to craft yourself. You could do that, I guess. The slasher. Again, a really wide range. Dane axe, I don't have the fire axe. Hunter, again, fire axe. Mole, really crazy strength weapon. Sorry, I said 1 to 35 is the widest range. No, it is not. Ulu, it's a speed weapon. And it could work in a way, because you can get a circular saw, or make one, glue together 3 pieces of shrapnel. That's the crafting recipe there. However, you couldn't make it from a sign necessarily, because that requires strength for some reason. and that messes up my kind of build tree. Because my idea would be that I start with a stiletto, have 7 speed for it, and then I could create the sai, but it requires strength that I will not use later on, because then I go and use the studded knuckles instead. So I guess we can just skip this and go to this, since it asks for a stiletto right away. Or we go this route. Here, however, I cannot skip the sai, and it only requires speed. So putting the points into strength to use the sai would be just wasted. But if we go this route with the knuckles, that could work. So I make these speed 10, somewhat normal common items. It mostly needs scrap metal and tape. And then from that I either go with this. So I go from speed 10 4 9 to speed 18 10 15, or speed 20 12 17. So it's 2 points higher. So this could be, the Ulu could be a good one. This with the Fire Axe, again, unpredictable. The Trident, the dexterity weapon, there are a few good dexterity weapons. This is impossible. 2 Fire Axes, never even got one. Maybe I've uncovered 1 or 2 during the many hours, but I do not remember it. Dexterity, strength, speed, no. 1822, mostly in the speed, but I need a sword for it, which is a dexterity 20 weapon. Whereas this is a dexterity 14 and speed 21, so again the build sequence is messy. Speed 22, this could work. We could go from this 12 17 to this 14 19. It's just scrap metal and the baton, which should be here. A tonfa. By then I guess I can just hopefully craft one. Double-edged sword, dexterity, strength, no. No. The hook sword, no, it's way too complex. Sword, hook, no. Naginata, strength, no. These ones, I kinda remember messing with these ones because 32, 39 is extremely high. Pretty much the only weapon with a guaranteed 30 plus hit. So we either need 3 of these or 3 of these. Let's see. This is a speed 16 weapon, so I could technically use it with a speed build. 813, it's not bad. Only needs a knife, some wire, and wooden rods, so it's not a bad idea. Or we need the hatchet, I think. Now that's a dexterity weapon, much weaker, but might be cheaper. I mean, this requires a knife that you have to find, whereas here you can just put it together from scrap. Wait, no. This is a hatchet. That is not a hatchet. This is a machete. Can we make a machete? Can we craft one? I don't think so. No. There is no machete. I guess because these are the strongest weapons, these are the ones I should go with, but the machete I would need to find 3 of them. So this is our best bet, which means that I have to find 6 knives, which is well, it's near impossible. But we'll see. Now I have 2 of these. I don't need 2 of these. I could make the Sai from them, but I don't want to go that route, so let's salvage one. I got gears. I got gears from it. Okay. What do I need for this generator again? Nothing? I got the last thing I needed. Freak yeah. Let's craft. Let's go. Let's see. We reached maximum. So what are the missing weapons? So we have the pneumatic hammer, real strength weapon. The electric sword, which is a dexterity one. And these 2, which I am never crafting. The Reaper. These are speed based. And really interesting because you can craft them from pretty much nothing. Look at that. You need a generator, which you normally would need just to get the workbench to this level. Some cables and the saw, or this version. Okay, well, what is the damage? 1621. Not bad. Vibro spear. Dexterity and speed. With a spear, bit difficult to create. Foot crusher. It's a strength weapon, and you need 2 broadswords or something. Hammer sword, yeah, I'm not making that like ever. The suffering, 1 to 63. Dexterity and strength, no. The heavy blow, this is a speed weapon. That's interesting. That's interesting. So you need a generator for it, but we obviously have a generator at this point. Speed 27, that's rather high. And you either have the knuckles and the saw blade, or gears and the ulu, I think it was called. And the ulu was kind of my idea of in which direction I should go. So I think a good idea is to make the knuckles. From the knuckles, get to the ulu. From the ulu, instead of going with the star knife, which is really strong but requires an entirely different route for building, create the heavy blow. Arc Qatar. This is 2834 instead of the 3239, so it's still not as strong. Lightning rod 2338, lightning rod, okay, 2 different ones. And the chain sword, okay, so the chain sword is the top of the line. It requires strength, speed, dexterity, everything. 4452. And it requires a weird looking spear. Which one is that? I think this, the sword saw. That's a bit tricky to make because you need a saw for it. So the best weapons is the star knife, 32-39, but you need lots of knives for it. You need 6 knives to create it, or 3 machetes. For the Ulu, you need more accessible items, but it's weaker. And you can make it into the heavy blue. Or if you want to go with... I mean, if you want to go with the star knife, I don't think the Arcatar is better. It's actually weaker, isn't it? Yeah. If you want to go with the chainsword, you have to create the sword saw. So if you find a saw early in the game, then I guess it can work. It can work because then you have enough time to spend the skill points in the way it requires. Also, how is this razor a strength 27? Like, is it a huge razor or something? We put a sword into it, a sight into it. It's crazy. Okay, well, we got something out of it at least. Now, and look at that, it's fully upgraded. We have our little workbench finished. Okay. I guess I should go back to 78. The extra turns are working really nicely with this build. I'm actually not sure what is my extra turn chance. 8.5%. That's not bad. Logged, I need a key. That's fine. Critical hit. And there's the crowbar. I know something needed a crowbar, but that you cannot craft. And in the beginning of the game, as far as I remember, most of the times you either find a knife or a stiletto. That's pretty much it. Those are the usual weapons that you can get your hands on. A crowbar is really rather rare, and the machete. The fire axe, I guess you only find later on in the game, or not at all. So I think I will just salvage this. I would really enjoy if the salvaging told me what the heck I get. No, I want to craft... Not this, because I couldn't. I couldn't even craft one. How many knives do I have? One. Yeah, that will not work. I want to craft these. I need metal and tape. I can skip that here. If I want to make these. There is no other weapon that I could use my my generator with, unfortunately. Well, if I use a or find a saw, maybe. Empty, wonderful. Now another thing I wanted to test out is my skill. Amnesia. So, in theory, this will just take me somewhere. You remember waking up and wandering. After that, everything's a bit hazy. Now I don't know how this works. My idea is that I activate it and get teleported to a random floor. If that is true, based on how the game is coded, there could be a chance that you activate it and just get teleported to, let's say, the second floor or the first one, and you just get extra lucky and leave the place. That would be rather useful for my hard run trophy. So let's see how this works. I'm on floor 50. I got my health back, and not only my health back, I got 20 additional health points because I got to reach a lower floor. Something's wrong with the power on this floor or the one above. Okay, let's try it. Done, but I lost my wire. Okay, I can't do it because something is wrong here. That's fine. Let's look around. This is our little save point now. Not fighting with the ladies. Not fighting with the ladies. They are dangerous. I did not want to click there. Wait, I can click on other places? I can just skip? Okay, I cannot skip a fight this way. Why is everyone running away? Okay, I need food. Can I craft anything of food variety? Don't have bread. I can make a fruit salad. Or juice. Or vegetable salad. Let's see how much they give back normally. This is 8, this is 8. So if I put the two together, they give back 19 instead of 16. Not bad. If I put 2 strawberries together, that would be 16. I get 19 back instead. Okay. The vegetables, instead of 6 and 5, which is 11, I get 13. So I guess it's not a bad deal. Empty. Wonderful. Now I have extra maximum health, which is good. But I'm punching a bit above my weight here. Because I don't really have a decent weapon for this part. Still don't have the rag that I need. No, I don't want to use it. Oh, okay. So, if you have it, you don't have the option to say I don't want to use it, I will just tinker with it. Good to know. Alright, let's use it. Everything's empty. Love it. Let's level up our speed again. I need to eat something. Here's some water. A whole lot of water. Hopefully the nearest toilet is close by, because we just chugged down 4 bottles of water. Ow. Fuck you. Run off. Not after you hit me. Before. Nope. Not dealing with you. Yeah, fuck that plant. Empty. Love empty rooms, don't I? Okay, now I have the rag, I have the glue, so I can make tape. But I need wire. I don't have wire anymore, lovely. I need metal. Do you have metal? Give me your metal. Okay, then just run away. Okay, okay, understood. Room is occupied. Let's see, let's eat this. And this. And the medkit hopefully and soon. Oh, I lost my darn rag. I needed that. Pepper. Can I craft a salad from that? Lovely. Give me the pepper salad. Oh goodness. I still can't use the elevator. So the amnesia is not necessarily bad. For multiple reasons. One, I get to explore. Oh, I have the soul. And I used up my freaking generator. I could have made the crazy weapon. Frick. So it's good because I get to explore further and go backwards, which is good in certain cases. For example, the enemies that love to run away, they will run into rooms that I most likely already explored, and so if I see them inside a room that I already looted, I can just decide to avoid them. I don't have to fight them because what's the point? But I'm also cut off from my safe room. And in a certain way, I wasted my healing ability with this perk, because every time you pass 10 floors, you heal back. But because I passed 20 at once, I only healed back once. How did I only hit you that much? Okay, thank you. Oh no 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 no. No, we are not doing that. Big guy, we are not doing that. I'm starving. Huh? Good for you. We always have more water. Don't worry. It's a watery diet. Where was I? 79? Oh. Next turn. Finally some scrap metal. I don't know what happened here. I need to eat something. You saw all the blood on the walls and you thought, oh darn, I have to eat. Oh, I got knuckles. That's good. So I can try to skip this part and get to this part. So I would need a saw blade. Glue and 3 pieces of metal shards. That would make it 9 metal pieces. I need a brick. And I mean, I really need a brick, especially for cooking purposes. I'm using up all my food. It's not good. Alright, let's eat the salad. And let's repair this. Oh goodness. That took 19 points to repair. And there's nothing on this floor. Still something wrong on the floor above. Thanks. Cable. So this is the problem with going up the stairs rather than down, that I can't just go back and craft something to fix the elevator. I am forced to fix the elevator if I want to ever get back up. Or if I just walk, then I will have to do this trip again. Hello there, sir. Hi there, I thought I was the only one alive, but I don't need friends. All I need is one thing. Bandages. I will give you this brick. What do you think? I do need a brick. This should come in handy. Yeah. Yeah, I love the guy just disappeared. Okay, what could we eat? Really, everything has to poison me? Like it's a requirement or something? Frick. Medipack for 100 health. Might need to use it. Okay, let's make this one. Let's use it and let's fuck you up. Okay, you have 19 health, 11 health. How did you miss an 80% chance hit? And that's what I was afraid of. Getting poisoned. Oh, thank you for the pet food. I will eat that, and I will need to create an antidote. That's why you need their blood. Empty. Lovely. Water. Lovely. This game is great to remind you to hydrate. I just got that brick. Okay, so if you repair these, there's a chance that you will just lose something important. Good to know. That's about my break. Large medkit, thank you. That's an 80, right? Yes, that's an 80. Thank you. What? And he said, we shall meet in 63 Haven and you shall be reborn in Primer Priority 14-2. 63? Okay. Get out of the way. Good. This, an overripe orange. An orange! This! That's a lemon at best. Bored? I'm not bored. What do you mean? Get out of the way. I said get out of the way. Fuck off! And they ask why I'm so aggressive. No, 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 I'm not aggressive. What you talking about? No, no, I know exactly when I should get the heck out of a fight. Right now. Okay, let me guess. I will lose my soul. No, actually I got lucky here. Thank you for cooperating. Oh, a piece of wood, rice, lovely. So much good stuff. Yeah, dealing with these enemies are much easier now because of my higher skill. And the brick, finally. Okay, get the heck back to the VIP room and see what we can throw together. So, can I make a rod? Yes, I can. Now I can upgrade this. I had a brick. Why don't I have the brick anymore? So wait, the workbench does not use up the required items, but the kitchen does. But it's worth it because, as you can see, I can turn the 20-point meat into 30-point meat. So let's do that. And I can also make bread. Oh, that's what all the water is for. Oops. Alright. That's a problem. Well, we are testing here, so let's test. I need shards for the saw blade. So let's see, if I do this, how many shards did I get? I guess one. I just don't want to believe it. Yes, one. One blade. From 3 scrap metals. That is not ideal. So instead of using the brick up, but wait, if I use the brick with 1 scrap metal, then I will get 1 blade, but I will use up my brick. So I can't use the brick as a tool, it will be used one way or another. Okay, that's a problem. I have the saw. Problem is, to create this beauty, I will need a generator. To create a generator, I shouldn't have lost the darn thing. Because that is not happening now. It's absolutely not happening now. Oh, I'm back to 100 health. Okay. So this takes 2 points of hunger. I did not want to go up. I know that I missed a few rooms because I was going back and forth. So let's check those. Empty. Where is it? What is that painting up there? Looks interesting. Oh, look at that pixel clock. Don't you love it? Okay, that was worth it. And now I can just skip that zombie mutant guy right there. So I'm on 51 and I can just go to 49. So that's what I meant when I said that if I'm going upwards, then all these mutants who ran off can be later on avoided. Well, given if I repair the elevator. Okay, I have the tonfa. I know that was required for something as well. I have some metal. Not nearly enough. Oh, I'm so happy to have met you. So this is the point when even this weapon starts to be not enough. That's a problem. Oh, big guy. Okay. Let's eat some garbage. Huh, I got lucky. Only one poisoned me. Okay, what can we do here? I need a better weapon and I need it fast. We need the saw blade. For the saw blade, we need these and we need glue. Glue, I do believe we have. Yes, we have. But I might need a brick. Okay, let's make it. Oh, I can make it here, right? So, if I find 3 additional metal scraps, then I can make that weapon. Or I can spend some money here and get something like a rag. How many coins do I have? 5. Thanks for the rags. I love that it shows glue and a crowbar and that little bottle. I don't know what's in that. This one. Chemicals in there. But it gives lovely rags. Cable. Yes, use it up. Who cares? So it's not really a good idea to craft these things before you use them, because you might need to use them up here. And also because when you are improvising a fix, you can lose a random item. Now, if you combine multiple items while crafting, then there's a chance that you will lose that. If you have the materials, let's say 2 or 3 items, then if you use one of these repairs and you lose one of them, you still have most of the items and you only need to find another one of that, a replacement for it. So I guess it's not a good idea to use the crafting too early just because you can. Now this is important. I remember this. I remember that I messed it up so many times, but no, I will try not to. So if I go here, it just goes not happy. But here I can recover this and it's not happy. Okay, I will figure this out. What else do we have in this room? Empty, I guess. So what can you do on this computer? Because there should be a code somewhere here. And I know that I missed this many times because I couldn't figure out this computer. But it's not really giving me the option to do anything here. And this is the file I guess I should read. So this is on 43. Let's remember that maybe. It will be important. Now let me see. This is, oh wait, this is 3.7. This is 4.9. Oh, I should use these. Silly me. It's not much better, but it is better. And I should eat something. I was like, how will I craft an egg? That's a boiled egg, but I never recovered the... a raw egg. Okay, I guess we are eating this pear and the mushroom. And going further down. I don't really want to die because this run is going decently. But it's still just a test run, and let's not forget this is not hard difficulty. Love it. Miss. Why didn't you miss? Great. Empty. Freak yeah. Okay, I have to make another one of these antidotes. That's why I don't like to use up my antibiotics, which I'm out of. Lovely. Bread! We found bread! Oh, I'm going to murder you. Oh, water. Lovely. Okay, you know what time it is? It is time to cook! Because we have bread. We have butter. And now it is time to make a sandwich with butter. Nom 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 nom. 44 points of hunger. Sated. Oh goodness, what will I lose this time? This was more expensive than I wanted it to be. Much more expensive. More than 20 points. Oh, new level. Yay! Haha, the janitor is here. No. Now here's the problem. So we are at 120 max health now. So we have more maximum possible health than in the normal base game without this perk. That's lovely. But is it enough? I still don't have the necessary items for a better weapon. I'm still in the 1-digit attacks. Okay, that wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad. I love if you hit. Okay, that hit. Okay, this will go nowhere. This will go absolutely nowhere. So let's try the amnesia again. I'm on floor 50. Oh goodness. Okay, so the amnesia can take you anywhere, even areas that you've already uncovered. Understood. So it's really unpredictable. Well, let's see. What can we do? I can make some bread with cheese on it. And I can eat my bread with cheese on it. I'm totally normal about cheese. Just because I live with rats. Okay, how freaked are we? Extremely. Subblade. Wait a moment. If you have the knuckles, right? You craft a saw blade. Then you can create the ulu. Or if you throw in an extra generator, you can jump to the heavy blow. If you want to use an ulu to create the same weapon, then you still need the generator, but you need the extra gears. That's interesting. Because the knuckles and the circular blade here is the requirement for the ulu here. Huh. Who would have thought? Okay, I don't think I can create a generator. That's the problem. The fact that I used up the generator was not a good idea. I should have not done that. And if I try to create a new one now, let me see, I would need one metal for this, and the cable, and the cable here. For the cable you need a metal, so I would already be out of metal, and I only have the battery. And then I would need another cable and another gear, and that's way too much. I cannot mess around that much. So I will just use the layout to my advantage and skip that little boss fight there. And you as well. And repair this. Daughter! Dad, where are you? I've been waiting on the 29th floor for 3 hours already. I'm tired and hungry and scared. Where was the haven where they were waiting for me? Kind of forgot. Okay, we have glue and the crowbar. That's not bad. Oh, how happy I am. Kind of just walking around in circles, but what can you do? Empty. I love locked rooms. They are so extremely useless. You could have really mazed the second time, you know. Oh, overripe onion, my favorite. Yeah. Oh, baseball bat. So you can find these weapons just later on, I guess. Okay, let's try to make something out of these. So the stilettos I will not use anymore. So I can salvage these. The knife, I would need 6 knives for the star, which will not happen, so that's not needed. The stick is a weapon, but it is also a material for crafting, so that stays. Tonfa. Why is the tonfa important? I know there was a weapon that required it. Except I called it a baton. I could create this. Almost. From what I have. Not necessarily bad. I would need some dexterity points. And my dexterity is 5, so 2 level ups, that's way too much time. What is the tonfa used for? Maybe that was it. I know I saw something that required it and I said that's not necessarily so bad. Oh, I could create the clockwork axe? Good to know. Wait, I have gear. So this is a strength weapon, so that's not good for me. I don't think I can use either of these. So let's salvage them. What did we get? Oh, the gears I got from something. Okay, nails. Some metal. Okay, so I have gears, so I could maybe attempt somewhat to create another generator. I will need some water for it or chemicals, however. Oh freak. And I cornered myself there. Okay, can I go lower? I can go to 33. I'm such a freaking moron sometimes. Okay, let's eat the garbage. And let's try not to be a moron this time around. 31. Break. I love that when I'm like, okay, I know what I want to do. The game is like, no you don't. Okay, go back to the VIP. And cook. And eat. Good. Now then, what can we do here? Now I do have 1 brick and 4 metal, so I could maybe create this. This is a 12-17 weapon, or I could try to get this, which is obviously stronger, but it requires speed 24. What is my speed? is 25, so that would be stronger. However, if I create this, then I could go and create this later on with the same generator that I would use for this. And instead of 1621, I would have 1823, which is better. So, because I can't make the generator right now, since I don't have the water for the Dawn chemical part, I will create the blade and another blade and know the circular saw, which is, as you can see, 3 blades glued together. And now I really hope I didn't mess up, because if I did, I'm screwed. Also, it's really interesting that this requires a circular saw, but this one doesn't. I mean, in this shape it does. Now, I could skip right to this if I had the Dawn generator. So what do we need for the generator? The gears, I do have the gears. 2 of them. So I have the gear and I have the gear for the battery, which is good. I would need 1 cable for the battery, and 1 chemical, which only requires 1 water. And for the cable, I would need 2 wires. So I need 2 pieces of scrap metal, which I do not have. I could salvage one of these, because even if I create that weapon, I only need 1. And now I got 1 wire. I have a bunch of glue and rags, so I could create 1 electric tape for 1 cable. But even then, I still need 1 water. I would need to go back with this weaponry, or I will need to make some more gears. What do I need for gears? Metal and cable, that's still better option than going back like this, so I'm making this weapon. Speed 20, 1823 damage. That's what I like to see. Do I want to? Okay, let's try. Please always use your smaller arm. Why? Plank of wood and the fucking generator. This game is messing with me. I'm telling you, this game is messing with me. Okay. Let's assess the situation. So now I can create this. Or this, but this is weaker than this. I'm okay. Now this is the strongest weapon. But I don't have strength 21 and I will not have anytime soon. Also, I would need a weapon for it that I don't have, which is this. That I could create with a hatchet. That would be possible. Do I want to be too greedy? Well, with a 33 minus, that would bring it down to like 30 to 40 damage. Still much stronger than this. It would need cable. I could get that. Okay, let's go with my plan for once. Or let's look around. Maybe oh no. Maybe we get lucky. I am not repairing this. If I repair this wire, okay, I will give you my wire. I'm not doing random ones. Okay, okay, I healed up. That's good. This one had a weapon. I had no choice. I hid on the 22nd floor. Hurry, daddy, please. You said you were hiding on floor 29. Come on. Empty. Alright. We're making progress here. I'm not necessarily a huge fan of roguelikes, but I do enjoy this game greatly. Okay. 27. We are making progress here. A shovel. That's a strength weapon. No. Ah, no, Mr. Janitor, no. Okay, what do you want? Gears. I do not want to give you my gears. How many gears do I have? I have 2 gears. I would normally need the gears to create the generator, but I do have the generator, so okay, you get my gears. But just 1 set of gears. No. Sorry for barging in. Can I get some chemicals, please? Oh, goodness. Okay, use your small arm. That was the big one. The other one. Empty. Lovely. Do not shoot. You mother... You... Come on. Thank you for the flower. Really useful in the zombie apocalypse. Oh, just give me some useful item. I'm starving. Great news. Hey! Could you... New message from Dad? I'll find you in the next life, you bastard. I tear you apart for Katie. What do you mean? Yeah, I'm on floor 22 and my daughter was hiding here, so whose dad is that? I'm not sure. Okay, let's see what we have. Let's salvage these. Let's try not to salvage what I actually need. Still no chemicals. Love it. Let's try. Let's try. We have a stronger weapon now. Okay. Oh, I can't heal. I can't heal during the fight. I see. And I can't go lower than 21. Okay. What kind of medkit do I have? I have a 50. So I can use 2 of those. Okay, round 2. I think it's more reliable to hit these. I'm rather sorry, lady. Okay. I leveled up. How am I? She only hit me with like 4 points of damage each time. I guess that's possible, yes. Haha! Yeah. Still not into the idea of getting my face flattened. Okay. Oh, this was a mistake. This was a mistake. This was a mistake. Okay, I didn't heal back up. Great. Alright, because that's floor 20. I would only heal back up on floor 19. Okay. Do I have water? I still don't have water. Okay, I will actually get into a few fights here. Because I will heal up on the next floor. Or can I hit you finally? Come on. For an acorn it was totally worth it. I'll put that to speed. Glue, my favorite. Water! I need what do you need? Gears. How many gears do I have? One. You are not getting my gears. I need to figure out what I want to do now. So I can create this. This I don't need to create, so I don't need the saw. I think. But if I want to create this, I need the saw. Because I need this. The saw sword. For that I need the machete. For the machete I need some tape. And a blade. I still want to create the chemical for the generator when I have two of them. Goodness. I would need to write these things down. Okay, so I need to create some things. But I can never leave. Well, from this hotel, sometimes it seems that way. Indeed. I appreciate you catching the reference, welcoming the Mind Slug. How are you doing today? Some lovely tea. Alright, we need a blade. We don't have a brick, so this is the only way we can do it. And we need some tape. And now we have to take all this and create a hatchet. From the hatchet we require a sword saw, which we can create. And then hopefully that's what it needed. Then we need 2 cables. I'm not sure if I can actually create those. That's 1. That's 2. Wow, we did have enough. Wonderful. This is the strongest weapon in the game. And I can still create this. Because I had 2 generators, so yay, let's go. So this is the weapon I would go with. This is the strongest in the speed build. It requires speed 27, I think my speed is 29. So I can deal 25.2 to 30.2 points of damage. With the chainsword, because my build is completely inadequate for it, I can deal 29.5 to 34.8 points of damage, even though there is a 33% penalty. That is unbelievable. This weapon is insane. Now let's cook something. What can I create? I can create a vegetable stew, coffee with milk, a fruit salad, and obviously not a cocktail because that would be a waste. Now then. Let's go and fix this for 7 points, and we didn't even lose an item. Now here we are. This enemy is extremely strong and killed me plenty of times, but I just healed up because I went over the 20th floor. So let's see. Can't I attack the body? 20 damage. Aho! Okay, let's go for the legs. Oh, no, I can go for the head. So if I damage the legs enough, I can go for the head. I did remember something tricky about this enemy. I got a stab that is entirely useless for me, so let's salvage that. Ho 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 ho. No, thank you. No. Oh, butter. Ow! Come on. I'm not sure, should I try, should I not try? Okay, a critical hit saved my butt. But my health is not great, so let's use at least a small medkit. Yeah, that's your room, that's your room. That's another thing, you should get all of your necessary items from higher up rooms, because down here things are crazy. How are you still alive, lady? These are fights I can't really escape, even if I want to. How many coins I have? 8. Okay, let's use up 1. Oh, I got a small medkit. That's useful. Let's use it up. Ah, I'm so happy that you are here. What do you mean critical hit? And what do I get? There's your critical hit. Coffee beans. Of course, coffee beans. Okay, my health is once again absolutely terrible. Let's use this one up. It worked for 7 hunger points. That was great. I'm sorry, ma'am. Even if you are completely in the nude. Let me censor that. Not looky there. No. Don't want to get banned just yet. Okay, question. Do I have antibiotics? Yes, I have. Okay. Why can't I just have a cool one-hit kill? Thank you. Got some milk. Not sure if I would trust that milk, but I do like that painting. Floor 30. Goodness. Okay. Don't worry. I'm on top of things. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, let's make one of these. 50 plus 70, that's 120. Yeah, I will need that. Okay, so I'm going for the legs. Ouch. Stop kicking. I said stop kicking me. Holy there you go. Okay, and now I can go for the head. So that's how you defeat them. Oh, that's a katana. Dexterity and speed 15 and 19. Not a bad weapon. But I couldn't get my dexterity up to 10. And I mean I have a much stronger one. I shouldn't have necessarily put all the points into speed at this point because I'm using this weapon. It strengthens only this. Here I would need the dexterity and the strength. But I mean I have 5 dexterity and 5 strength, so I'm missing 7 and 16 points. 7 and 16, that's 23. That's 6 levels, because you get, I think, 4 skill points every level up. 6 levels, I don't think I will level up 6 times here. That is not happening. I am rather close to the first floor. This should come in handy. A fish, absolutely. Oh, barbed wire. What a useful little thing. I love empty rooms. Wine right next to the Xbox controller. Alright. I lost my barbed wire. That's what you use to fix the elevator? Food, I need food. Okay. But I can make you a yummy bread butter combo sandwich. I have 80 health and I will heal once again when I go lower, so I will try to fight this lady and hopefully get something out of this fight. And I will just go with the safe hits here. That seems to be the way to go. Oh, generator. Okay, now I left a bunch of enemies here and there. So I will just go back to a random, well, not so random floor. I want to check this computer again. If I'm doing something wrong here. I know there was something about printing a document. But apparently that is not this one. I'm looking for enemies that I left behind. Really? No enemies anywhere? I know I left a bunch of enemies around. For example, you! That's dangerous. Okay, that was way too dangerous. No, I need to heal up. Now, do I want to go in? Let's check. Most of the enemies don't hit me right away. Hopefully this will not be the one time they make an exception. So let's go back up here. Make some fish dinner for us. Then go down to Floor 10, and here we go. Back to 140 health. So this is 65% here. So the arm is the weak spot. Interesting. Empty. What is that painting on the right? And also, what did I just pick up? The halberd. Dexterity, strength, 1 to 41. Wow. It's insane what kind of weapons you can find if you play enough of this game. So my idea here is that I keep trying to attack the arm, which is the 50% chance hit. Because in the beginning, they seem to only hit with their smaller arm and deal less damage, and they only get really into the fight once they get hurt. So I start with the bigger attack, and once that connects, I finish the fight with a more guaranteed hit. But that's my idea. I'm so happy to see you. Ouch. Ouch. Would you sit down? Thank you. Appreciate it. Haha, no. Also no. Is that something I left on the table? Oh no, those are just random items that are misleading me. Brakes. The items sometimes look like they are collectible, but they are just part of the background. I lost my brick while... Hey! Lady! You made me so mad I forgot my my strategy. 100 experience. How much do you even need to level up at this point? 850. Woohoo. I might need to heal here. Can I? Don't worry, ma'am. I'm just, you know, getting ready for the fight. Ahead. Ouch! You're a feisty one. But I do like your pose. Empty. Oh! Ow! You. Understood. It's occupied. You could have said. You're freaking kidding me at this point, are you? Ouch. Ouch again. You could really stop that. Oh, come on. I know you have a small head, but this is ridiculous. Yeah, it was totally worth coming into this one. A shovel, always useful. Okay, let's salvage this, salvage this. I'm kind of out of medical items, funny enough. Let's eat this, eat this, eat this. I have 30 health. I also have a level up, so I'll put everything into the speed. Who cares? No, we're in trouble. Okay, I think I will have to use up my super safety plus 100 health medipack. Oh, come on, you have... What? 30 damage? You stop doing that this instant. I'm not sure how we are missing each other in this tiny space, but... Oh, come on! This is getting silly. I lost like 100 health in this one fight. Die katana. Oh. Strength and speed. Not my weapon, really. Now let's see, this is up to 2732. It's still not as strong, even though my speed bonus is way high up. 9.2 points. Yeah, I think we can not do this. What do you say? Huh? Great. Let me see. I can make some band. Oh, I can make another one. I want to test something. If I walk in again, yes, so it's random every time if they attack right away or not. Okay, let's actually kill you, or at least try. Next turn, lovely. A key. Not really useful now, but useful later. And here it is. Now we have this, and it requires a code. Now the code, I do remember, was actually something you could print. Let me see if I can find my old screenshots of this game, because I know towards the end of playing this game I actually uncovered that not sure where. Let's see, something with the text. Not here. Not here. What is this? Strange note. No, this is not it. Flower 69! No, this is not it. Ooh, minus 1000 damage. Oh, this was the, yeah, the monochrome filter, one of the perks. So here it is, the one that we get printed. So it is in an office, and that's where we found the secret file and all of the notes, I guess. Some of these images are a bit confusing to me, but that means It should be here, the printed note. Login Amadeus 5 password shattered reality. So this is in theory the thing that we should find there. So let's see if I Amadeus 5. Is it all? Oh, it's all uppercase. Also, it's not obvious because it doesn't say that it's a username or a passcode or something. I didn't do anything. Okay, maybe it wants the password. Shattered real. Oh goodness. So the S, the two T's, the red, and the reality is R and Y. My goodness. The S, the double T, the red, and the reality's first and last letters. Okay, shattered reality. Let's see. Maybe it's that. It says mv-17.com. Interestingly, whatever I press, if I want to move the cursor, it just goes back. Okay, so it's sha, then double T, sha, and then the red is all big, and then the R, and the reality, and the Y is like so. And nothing happened. Okay, now my other idea is that this is a real website and I should go there. So let's see. mv-17, whoops, my bad, .com. Okay, and there's nothing here. So let's go to the Wayback Machine. Alright, let's see. Now, when was this game released? Is a great question that I do not know. But there's a good chance the website existed back then. So give me a moment while I figure that out. PlayStation, where the frick is it? Steam will be just fine. Okay, so it released in 2015 on Steam. And we indeed have saved copies of this website from 2015. More than 10 years ago. We are digging into the past. Alright, let's see. Oh, it goes to a Skyhill website and asks for a login and a password. Okay, so we can Amadeus 5, enter that. And the password was, what the heck was it? Ash shattered reality. I think like so. What does it do? Incorrect login and or password. Wonderful. Let's look at the info again. Maybe I miswrote it. Amadeus 5. Okay, I did get that right. The password is tricky because, well, I can't read it. So let's try that differently. So it's shattered reality. Now the problem is, even though the Wayback Machine is really useful, it might not work because this is a website protected by a password. But I just realized that the shattered is actually, the E is an uppercase as well. Oh, and the A as well. I can't read. So it's the age. So the age is lowercase and the elite. So it says heal it in lowercase. Interesting, because most of the times text is written in lowercase and only the initial letters are capitalized. I only looked at the uppercase letters as out of the ordinary, and I said, okay, so the S is uppercase, that makes sense, and then the red at the end, and the first and last of reality. But no, I realized, no, it's much more, and it says shattered which doesn't make much sense. But if you look at the lowercase, which is the rarer in this case, then you get heal it. Who would have thought? Well, you probably, if you read it correctly, not like I did. Shattered reality. I think I wrote it correctly this time around. Let's see if the Wayback Machine works with this. Incorrect login or password. Still. Yeah, it's an incorrect one still. So I don't think I can check this website, unfortunately. Let's check if there's a newer version of it. So in 2019 the website was still functional. Let's see a newer one. Yeah, in 2019 it still worked. Let's see, 2023 is the next one. It's still working in 2023. Okay. Okay, it's loading. In theory, in 2026 February, it was still working. So why isn't it working for me? Oh, it is working. It just didn't want to load for some other reason. Yes, my shortcuts are on the numbers, I know. Okay, well, in that case, let's try the official website. What am I doing now? Oh, I'm being angry. Sorry, I'm not being angry. Okay, so it's shattered reality. Okay. Welcome Amadeus 5. Available projects. Actually, let me show you this little website. Let's have a bit of fun. I guess this is kind of just an Easter egg in the game, even though you have to print the document for it and then find the to get the login and the password, and then get to the first floor to the reception to get the website address on the computer, and then go there and use what you found. So it's a really interesting idea, because you have to print the note and pick it up and read. Let me see. Skyhill. We don't need all of this. So this is not where it should be. There we go. So this is the Skyhill website, still running after more than a decade. Props to the developers. So we have a login and a password. The login is Amadeus 5 and the password is the shattered reality. I'm not sure if that shows up, but it does. Now if I enter and don't care about Google, it says welcome Amadeus 5. We can exit. It has the Skyhill Inc. Available projects, we have 2 that are closed and 1 that is not. It also says on the bottom Skyhill Inc. for personal use only. You can't really see that, unfortunately. Let me fix that. There you go. Like so. Let's see what is this big, I guess it says B1G830310M4. And it goes to another website. Protocol B1G830310M4. The subject was attempting to steal the Akado project documentation from the 6th Research Facility Laboratory number 62. Wow, they have a lot. 3 security guards, as per protocol, awarded a commendation for outstanding services, managed to neutralize the subject and prevent loss of valuable project-related data. In the course of further investigation, we found out that the subject was registered to the research complex N40 as Dr. Ferguson's assistant. Data on previous workplaces and biography was skillfully forged. The purpose of the subject infiltration was apparently industrial espionage and project sabotage. Now, in this game, as you might have seen in the intro, there is a lot of tension between countries, and it is explained well, in the game's description at least, it says that the Third World War starts and these biological weapons are launched, and that is what turns people into the mutants that we fight. There are different endings, and they reframe the story quite a lot, and some of the endings pretty much rewrite everything that we thought we were doing, which is rather clever. But it is true that in the intro, when we arrive and we get the key to the penthouse, I think the receptionist says that it's the best accommodation that one can get, and it has the latest in biological defense technologies installed in that specific room. And when we turn on the TV, we see the news, and on the loudspeaker the hotel staff says everyone stay in their rooms. So it's been going on, this conflict, for quite a while, and I guess there was a belief that biological attacks could be carried out, and that's why people and places such as this hotel implemented such defenses. And I guess, since we are told that the penthouse has the best biological defenses installed, that means those are the ones that protected the player character for turning into a mutant. So I guess this might be a facility where such weapons were tested or developed. Unfortunately, security, despite all efforts, could not identify who hired the subject. However, a complete list of the potential individuals with sufficient motivation and influence for deployment of deniable assets is provided in the document PG177R6F. Classified. The Department of Biological Research requested subject transferred to the Nordwest project from the detention center in the R zone to Laboratory 14. The request was based on the subject's excellent adaptability, skills, and mental stability, all clearly above average. The corporation could greatly benefit from further experimenting with a subject like this. It's interesting that they talk about subjects, and there was a subject who was apparently hired, and they tried to steal project documents. But then there's another subject who is described as having excellent adaptability, skills, and mental stability, and further experimenting with a subject like this would be beneficial to the corporation. So are the subjects humans or mutants? What is going on? Classified. The transfer request was approved by the head of the facility, E. Summers. The subject was transferred to Laboratory 14. Access code Mr. WGMTHOOH. What? Okay. I guess it's back to the game. And we have an access code. And you know what requires one single input? The computer here. So is this hotel an experimentation laboratory or something? A project site? Northwest project from the detention center in the R zone. The Department of Biological Research requested. Is that this? And all these numbers, laboratory 62. There are so many laboratories. Laboratory 14. There's another mention of laboratory 14. Research complex number 40. And what is Ocado? That's some kind of a project based on his description and some documentations. 6th research facility. And the head of the facility is someone called E. Summers. Now we have an access code, so let's use it, whatever this protocol is. I just hide this. Get back here. And see the access code here. Okay. And now we need to enter a code, and it's all lowercase. Interesting. And that is M R dot W. No, it's a lowercase w. What was it? GMT. No. GM. I don't know why it changes back to uppercase and lowercase. GMTHOO. That wasn't it. Oh, I missed an H at the end. Okay, let me try that again. So it's M R dot, not comma, really important. W G M T H O O H. Let me check that. VGMT. Well, WGMT. And who? As in HOOH. And MR dot in the beginning. Yes, that seems to be correct. So what will it be? What will be the reward after all this? I really like it, I have to say, how they included a bit of a treasure hunt here. Okay, I did it. Did I mess it up? But I have two ideas here. Let me see. Access code MR dot, MR dot, okay. W GMT OO HOOH. That's the code. Now my guess is that something changes in the ending if nothing else happens here. Because nothing else happens here. Well, I guess let's go out and see if something happens.
Excellent. All the data is collected. This will be useful.
What about the subject?
Dispose of him.
Oh, all of this was an experiment. And this is how you get this ending. So you have to find a computer, print a document, recover the printed document, then reach the first floor reception, check the computer there. There will be a file on the desktop, but that's the only file, with a name that is the address of a website. You go there in real life, use the login information that you found on the printed document that you found earlier, read the description of a project on this real website, and at the end of that description is an access code, and then you have to go back to the game, to the same reception, click on the file that's name was the website address you visited. Then the game will ask for an input. You use the access code that you found on the real website, enter it, and after you entered that code into the game or the computer, you finish the game by exiting the door on the first floor where the reception is, and then you get a special cutscene of a secret ending that awards you a trophy, and also explains that all this was just an experiment and you are probably just a really outstanding and highly valuable skill subject. Wow, that is something. And that's another cutscene we got. So there's still one ending that I haven't figured out. Alright, let's see. Where is this? Oblivion, get secret ending. Lovely. Screenshot of it. This is a gold trophy. Interestingly, it's 14.3% in rarity, whereas the secret files collect all notes in the game is 6.8. But it makes sense in a way because even though my last file that I collected was the printed note, that was because I couldn't figure out how to print the darn thing. Normally you can get it earlier and go through this entire adventure to unlock the secret ending, but for me it was the last note. Wow. Look at all these trophies. All the trophies we have. We are only missing a few then. One, two, three, four. Which is interesting because there's nothing about another ending, so I don't know what that cutscene is. Might be the hardcore? Or hard one? Oh wait, you have to complete the game on hardcore and not even on hard? Oh goodness, I'm in so much trouble. Well, I have to say I was secretly hoping that I could get to the first floor and enter the code, because I remembered that I discovered this printed document more than a year ago when I played the game. But I thought I just have to enter those whatever login information. And I almost forgot about the whole website thing. And that's why I was checking that computer, because I wanted the information, but apparently I had it in my documents. That's one of the nice things about making screenshots. You can go back and check them and figure out something you already figured out but since forgotten. But this was a lot of fun, and I'm really happy that I got to unlock this secret ending, and I hope you also enjoyed my little return to this game. Well, we still have things to do in the game, but for now I think we made a whole lot of progress. And if I can get things updated, then indeed our new gold trophy is there. So I think there's only one thing left to do, and that is to find someone to raid. So thank you for joining me today as we made our way to Oblivion and back. Now it's time to find someone to raid. Who shall that be? Well, I think we are going to be raiding MTL today, who is playing Digimon Cyber Suit. Well, I think all the wonderful raiders who came over from Nekio's stream of some Digimon Story Cyber Suit, it goes in fourth circle like the spiral of Oblivion. it's back for some more Digimon goodness. But I thank you for joining today. I hope you enjoyed this bit of an impromptu stream. I hope I will get to stream again this week, maybe some Skyhill, maybe something else. But until then, I wish you a wonderful week. Try to survive the heat wave. Don't forget to hydrate. Do as I say, not as I do, since I always forget about it. But I'm happy that things are mostly working. It seems my little improvised router cooling is working. I don't know why OBS crashed once, but hopefully I was quick enough to restart the stream that it is still in one piece. So all in all, I'm really happy that I got this secret ending in this game. It was such an adventure to get to it. I thank you for joining me today. Have a wonderful evening, and as always, good night.